Because we wouldn't want to keep performing that request every single time this function reruns and reruns. So and actually speaking of the photo, let's set up that feature right now. So let's make it so that when the user actually provides a photo for this field, we resize it and save it into the server. Let me explain what I have in mind. So in our public folder, we're going to have a subfolder named uploaded photos. And we're going to resize the incoming photo to be a lot smaller, right? We don't need a 6,000 pixel wide photo. So our node server can resize the image and save the appropriately sized image into this new subfolder. Now, we absolutely could create that new subfolder ourselves right now manually. But if you were going to be distributing this software, oftentimes Git will delete completely empty folders. So what I like to do, if we go back into server.js, is just bake it right into our application code that when it first loads up, make sure that that folder exists. So before we can set that up, let's go install just 2 more packages. So in the command line, let's say npm install. I'm a big fan of the package that's named fs-extra. It makes working with files and folders in Node really easy. And then we also want another package named Sharp. Sharp is a great image resizing and image manipulation tool in Node. So let's go ahead and install both of those. Okay, and now let's go use them. So up at the top of server.js, let's just pull in file system extra. So I'd say const, I'd just make up a name of fse equals require the package name was fs-extra. While we're at it, let's just import Sharp as well. So const Sharp equals require the package name is Sharp. Cool. So maybe right about here, I'll just even write a comment to myself, when the app first launches, make sure the public/uploaded photos folder exists. So to make that happen, we can just say fse. It has a method named ensure directory. And because we're only performing this action once when the app first loads up, I'm just going to use the synchronous version. We need to spell out a path to where that folder would live. And because we want our code to work nicely on Windows as well, and Windows uses backslashes instead of forward slashes, here's what you can do. We can just pull in const path. That's part of the official Node runtime, something called path. So we don't need to go install this from npm, it just exists in Node. And then we can use that here. So we'd say path.join. You give it comma separated values, and then it'll be a path that works regardless of whether you're on Windows, Linux, or Mac. So we just say quotes public, comma, quotes uploaded dash photos. Cool. So to test this out, you can just save this file. NodeMon's going to restart our server. And notice it automatically created in the public folder, the subfolder uploaded photos. Cool. So now let's just go into our create animal route and actually, process the incoming value or the incoming photo. So here's how I would handle that. At the start of our function body, so right about here, I would set up an if statement, and the check would just be if request.file exists. If that evaluates to true, that means someone has actually included, a file with the name of photo in their request. So only if that's true do we want to run this code. Now, before we resize the potentially huge incoming image, let's first make up a file name that we would want to save it as. So I'll just say const, photo file name. I'm just making up a variable name here, equals, I'm going to use backticks to do something dynamic, and then you could imagine that it would be some sort of value and then .jpeg. So let's leave the .jpeg but hollow out that value and then say $ curly brackets, and I'm just going to say uppercase date and then call the now method. So this will be a value that's unique every single millisecond. I guess it's possible that, two people could visit the website at once and upload an image at the same millisecond. I'm not sure if that's possible or not, but again, this is just a beginner tutorial. We don't need to build something that robust. All right, now we can use that photo name to actually save a file. But before we save anything, let's resize it. So I'm going to await, and then we're going to use sharp. So when we call sharp, in these parentheses, you give it the actual image data itself. So we can just say request.file.buffer. If you're wondering where request.file is coming from, Molter is taking care of that for us. Remember, we added that package called Molter for multi-part forms when you're working with files. It's taking care of that for us, and it's making the file data available on request.file. So this is pretty cool. We don't even need to store the original photo that's getting uploaded anywhere on disk. It's just in memory, and then we are resizing it, and then the finalized image, that can actually live on the hard drive. So at the end of this, let's now call .resize, and let's make it, this is just totally random, but let's say it's 844 pixels wide and 456 pixels tall. At the end of that, let's call JPEG. In those parentheses, let's give it a configuration object. Say quality only needs to be 60, right? We want the file to be nice and small. Finally, at the very end here, we'd call a method called toFile, and then we just provide a path of where we would want to save it. So the folder structure and the file name. So let's use path.join, and then you just give it comma separated values. So public folder, comma, uploaded dash photos, comma, and then the name of the file itself is just photo file name, right? The current millisecond.jpg. Cool. On the next line, still in the if statement, let's just say request.cleanData.photo equals photo file name. In other words, we've saved the resized photo to our hard drive, and we're adding that file name onto the object that we want to store into the database, right? Request.cleanData. So then in this code down below, when we insert it into the database, that photo property will just exist in the database document. So let's test this out. Let's give it a save and go back to the browser. I refresh. Let me choose a file. So you would need to have an image laying around on your hard drive somewhere. I'm a big fan of the website called Unsplash, but I'll use this picture of this dog. And I'll just say example dog for the name, species dog, click create new animal. If I scroll down, perfect. There's the image. Let's go actually find it on our hard drive, right? So MERN project, public, uploaded photos, there it is. It's only 28 kilobytes, so perfect, it got resized. And if we go look at our database, if I click refresh right about here, awesome. Notice that example dog now has an additional property of photo, and it has that specific unique file name. All right, let's keep moving forward. Before we work on the edit or update an existing animal feature, let's work on the delete feature. We'll save the edit feature for last because it's the most complex. So to get started on the delete button, before we worry about the server side of things, let's go look at what the client-side JavaScript is doing when you click on a delete button. So in the SRC folder, you can look in components, click into animal card. Around line number 71, so this area here, that's the delete button. So you can see that when it's getting clicked on, it's just sending an Axios request. And more specifically, it's not sending a get or post request, it's sending a delete request. in a delete request, you can't send along an object with data. You're just sending a delete request. So essentially, when you're spelling out which animal you want to delete, you just bake that into the URL that you're sending the request to, right? So this is sending a request to /animal/ and then 123 ABC, whatever the unique ID for the animal is. That's it. It's up to the server to make sense of that incoming delete request and URL. So with that in mind, let's jump back into server.js and let's set up a new route for deleting an animal. So maybe below this create animal route, I would just say app.delete, right, for a delete request. The route was /animal/ and now this is going to be different for each one, right? Every animal has a different ID value. So what you can do is just say :ID, and now it's a dynamic parameter. Okay, after that, comma, then our function, so async, parentheses, arrow symbol, curly brackets. In these parentheses, be sure to have request response. Now, because the incoming ID of the animal they want to delete is going to live in the URL instead of an incoming body of data, that means that our cleanup isn't going to get to run on the ID. So just to make sure that that ID is a string value and not in any way something that could be misinterpreted as an object, right? Because I don't want a user-submitted object getting anywhere near my MongoDB database. I'm just going to say if type of request.params is how you can access the wildcards in your URL. So because we said :ID, we can access that on request.params. So params.id, whatever you named it here. If that does not equal a string, then I'm just going to set it to be an empty string. So request.params.id equals empty string. Cool. So now I'm safe to use request.paramsID in my actual MongoDB code. So on a new line, we can just say db collection. Ours is named animals. It has a method called delete1. You give it an object based on _ID. We're trying to delete the item where new object ID is whatever was in the URL. So request.params.id. After that, to end the request, we can just say response.send, good job or thank you. Our front end doesn't need any specific value. We just need to end this request. Before we save this and test it out, let's think about what should happen if you delete an animal that had a photo associated with it. Now, we don't need to do this, but I think it'd be cool if when you delete an animal, we also delete its related JPEG from our uploaded photos folder. So to make that happen, here's what I would do. Right above this DB collection line we just wrote, I would look up the document based on the incoming ID. That way I can find out its photo value. So I'd probably just say const, I'll just name it doc. I'm just making up a variable name that, for document. Equals await DB collection animals, find one, curly brackets, _ID, where new object ID is request.params.id. Cool, so now on a line right below that, I can just say if doc.photo, right? So I'm saying only if the item in the database actually has a property called photo, only then do we need to delete a file, right? If it doesn't contain that, there's no file to delete. So if that's true, we can just say fse.remove, and then you just spell out the file you want to get rid of. So path.join, quotes public, comma, quotes uploaded photos, comma, and then the name of the file is doc.photo. Cool. Let's save this and test it out. And really, let's test it out specifically on that cat that I just created, or excuse me, this dog that I just created. So refresh. We only have that one JPEG in our folder, but if I go ahead and click delete on that dog, cool, React got rid of it. That photo is gone, and if I refresh my database, the dog is gone. Perfect. Add this. At this point, let's build the final feature of our client-side JavaScript, which is the edit or update an existing animal. Okay, after that, comma, then our function, so async, parentheses, arrow symbol, curly brackets. In these parentheses, be sure to have request response. Now, because the incoming ID of the animal they want to delete is going to live in the URL instead of an incoming body of data, that means that our cleanup isn't going to get to run on the ID. So just to make sure that that ID is a string value and not in any way something that could be misinterpreted as an object, right? Because I don't want a user-submitted object getting anywhere near my MongoDB database. I'm just going to say if type of request.params is how you can access the wildcards in your URL. So because we said :ID, we can access that on request.params. So params.id, whatever you named it here. If that does not equal a string, then I'm just going to set it to be an empty string. So request.params.id equals empty string. Cool. So now I'm safe to use request.paramsID in my actual MongoDB code. So on a new line, we can just say db collection. Ours is named animals. It has a method called delete1. You give it an object.
I see the order DOS man. Oh, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. The order matters. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Object based on underscore ID. We're trying to delete the item where new object ID is whatever was in the URL. So request.params.id. After that, to end the request, we can just say response.send, good job or thank you. Our front end doesn't need any specific value. We just need to end this request. Before we save this and test it out, let's think about what should happen if you delete an animal that had a photo associated with it. Now, we don't need to do this, but I think it'd be cool if when you delete an animal, we also delete its related JPEG from our uploaded photos folder. So to make that happen, here's what I would do. Right above this DB collection line we just wrote, I would look up the document based on the incoming ID. That way I can find out its photo value. So I'd probably just say const, I'll just name it doc, I'm just making up a variable name for document, equals await DB collection animals, find one, curly brackets, underscore ID, where new object ID is request.params.id. Cool, so now on a line right below that, I can just say if doc.photo, right? So I'm saying only if the item in the database actually has a property called photo, only then do we need to delete a file, right? If it doesn't contain that, there's no file to delete. So if that's true, we can just say fse.remove, and then you just spell out the file you want to get rid of. So path.join, quotes public, comma, quotes uploaded photos, comma, and then the name of the file is doc.photo. Cool. Let's save this and test it out. And really, let's test it out specifically on that cat that I just created, or excuse me, this dog that I just created. So refresh. We only have that one JPEG in our folder, but if I go ahead and click delete on that dog, cool, React got rid of it. That photo is gone, and if I refresh my database, the dog is gone. Perfect. At this point, let's build the final feature of our client-side JavaScript, which is the edit or update an existing animal. So currently, if you click the edit button, yes, it changes the interface. So here you can choose an image, here you can change the name and species, but nothing is actually being sent to the server until you would click this save button. So let's go take a look at where React is trying to send that data. So back in the animal card component file, when that edit form gets submitted, when you click that save button, it's going to call this function. And around line number 28, we see an Axios post request to /update animal. There's different ways you can handle this. Instead of a post request, we could have used a put request and then include the ID of the animal in the URL. I went with this route just to keep things simple, just to not introduce yet another type of request. Anyways, let's go into our server.js file and set up a route for update animal. So in server.js, maybe just right below our delete request, we can say app.post when someone sends a post request to /update-animal, comma. Let's go ahead and use Molter, so upload single. We're looking for a field named photo. After that, comma, let's use our reusable our cleanup middleware, comma, and then finally we can provide our actual function. So async, in the parentheses, request response, arrow symbol, curly brackets. The first thing I'm going to do is differentiate between a request where they did and didn't include a new photo, right? So are they just trying to change the name and include a new photo? Maybe just right below our delete request, we can say app.post when someone sends a post request to /update-animal, comma. Let's go ahead and use Molter, so upload single. We're looking for a field named photo. After that, comma, let's use our reusable our cleanup middleware, comma, and then finally we can provide our actual function. So async, in the parentheses, request response, arrow symbol, curly brackets. The first thing I'm going to do is differentiate between a request where they did and didn't include a new photo, right? So are they just trying to change the name and species, or did they actually include a new JPEG? So I would just begin with if and an else block. The condition would be if request.file, right? If that's true, that means they included a file that they're uploading. I'll even write comments just to stay organized. So if they are uploading a new photo, down here I'll say if they are not uploading a new photo. Cool. Now if they are including a photo, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can just scroll back up and look in our create animal route and just borrow these 3 lines of code, right, that come up with the millisecond unique file name, the sharp code, and then adding that to our clean data object. So I would just take those 3 lines of code, just copy them, back down here in the if block, just paste that in. Cool. And then still in that if block, let's go ahead and actually perform that update in the database. The reason I'm going to include that in the if block is because I want to retrieve a little bit of data about the old document that we're updating. Essentially, I want to see if it already had a photo previously. I want to delete that old photo from our hard drive. So I would just say const, you can make up a variable name. I'll call it info equals await db collection. Ours is named animals. We're going to use a method called find one and update. In those parentheses, give it an object, comma, the second argument is another object. So the first object is you're trying to find a document in the database. So we want to find it based on its underscore ID, new object ID, and that would just be request.body._ID. So when React sends over the request with the new name, name and species, it's also sending over the ID for the one that's trying to get updated. The second argument, this is where we spell out how we want to change the document that we found. So we can say $set, colon, and then just provide a new object. So I'm just going to say request.cleanData. Cool. Now right below that line, I'm just going to check to see if the old document, so when this operation runs, it's going to give us back information about the previous version of the document before we updated it. So I'm just going to look at that and see, did it already have a photo? If it did, I'm going to delete that old outdated photo from our folder. So I would just say if, condition would be if info.value.photo. If that's true, just use FSE to remove. And then to create a system agnostic path, it would just be path.join public, comma, uploaded photos, comma, info.value.photo. Cool. Now, a new object. So I'm just going to say request.cleanData. Cool. Now, right below that line, I'm just going to check to see if the old document, so when this operation runs, it's going to give us back information about the previous version of the document before we updated it. So I'm just going to look at that and see, did it already have a photo? If it did, I'm going to delete that old outdated photo from our folder. So I would just say if condition would be if info.value.photo. If that's true, just use FSE to remove, and then to create a system agnostic path, it would just be path.join public, comma, uploaded photos, comma, info.value.photo. Cool. Now finally, after that if statement, but still in our overall outer if, I'm going to send back to the browser, so response.send photo file name. So our React, if it gets a response that evaluates to true, it's going to interpret that as the new name for the new photo. Right? So imagine this was a picture of a dog, but then you clicked edit. The browser doesn't know the URL for the new JPEG, so we're sending it back as the response. If instead we send back something that evaluates to false, then React will know that it doesn't need to update anything extra. So now let's work on this code. So if they are not including a photo, we would still want to find and update something in the database. So to save a lot of typing, you could just borrow this code. So from DB collection all the way to the end of the line, right? Just paste that here. I'm not even going to bother awaiting until it's finished, because in this case, the client doesn't need any new data, right? If they didn't include a new photo, the client, the browser already knows the new desired username and species. So let's just end our response. So response.send, and just send back false. Cool. Let's go ahead and test this out. So I saved that file back in the browser. Let me refresh. Whoops. Let's see what the error is. If you go to the command line, duplicate parameter name, request. Aha. Okay. So around line number 71, when I spelled out the async function, obviously the parameter should be request and response, not request and request. Cool. Let me save that again and test it out. So first, let's just try updating an existing animal without worrying about a photo. So maybe I'll add a few exclamations to the end of this name and the species, click save. Actually refresh to make sure that it was saved in the database. Perfect. Let's try adding a photo to an animal that previously didn't have a photo. So I'll click on Pers Loud, choose a file, choose this image, click save. Cool. So now in our uploaded photos, we just have that one cat image. Let's try updating an animal that already has a photo. So I can click on edit again, choose a different cat picture. So if I choose this photo, click save. Cool, it deleted the old photo, now I just have that photo. At this point, that means we have completed the client-side JavaScript, or the React portion of the project. Now we're gonna move on to the final feature, which is a little bit of extra credit. Here's what I have in mind. If we go back to just the home page, or I guess you could use this link, right? So the public, just base URL, it's still using this super boring looking list. So wouldn't it be cool if this public listing page could use the exact same animal card template so that it could list them and have them look like this? Better yet, since our public front end doesn't need any interactivity, it doesn't need client-side JavaScript, wouldn't it be cool if our server could speak JSX and literally use that same animal card React component to generate, static HTML on the server side? So in other words, the browser for this public homepage URL, it would not even need to load a single ounce of client-side JavaScript. The server would just send it traditional old HTML, but it could look exactly like this. Now, if you've ever heard of something called Next.js, you know that using a React component for both client-side JavaScript and server-side rendering, that's not a new concept. It's been around for a long time, but I think this will be a cool experiment to actually set it up yourself or to see it in action yourself, where there's not just a bunch of magic happening. Let's get started. So just like the web browser doesn't speak JSX, our Node server environment doesn't speak JSX either. So what's going to make this possible is Webpack, or I should say Babel. Earlier I promised you we would look at the bottom half of our Webpack config file. So right now let's do that. In the root of our project, jump into Webpack config. Don't worry, we don't need to change anything in this file. I just want to show you what's going to make server-side React rendering easy and possible. So this is just standard, JSX transpiling. This is for the client side, the browser, but then I also have something called server config. So it's going to use our server.js file as the entry point. It's going to output server-compiled. And this is why we installed that package called Node Externals. When you're using Webpack to bundle things up for the browser, yes, you want to include all the dependencies in the bundle. When you're working with a server-side file, you don't need to bundle up everything into one file. So Node Externals just makes it easy to work with, third-party NPM packages without having Webpack actually bundle everything up. Okay, and then down at the bottom, instead of just exporting one configuration object, we're exporting an array with both of them. So we may not have even noticed it yet in this video, but we have a file named server-compiled.js. So do this with me. In the command line, go ahead and press Control-C to stop our task from watching us, and then go into package.json, and in our scripts area, on our task that's named our server, just change this from nodemon server to be nodemon server-compiled. So we can go ahead and hit save and then relaunch it, right? So in the command line, npm run dev. Cool. So what's the difference? Well, now for just our base homepage URL, we can use React and JSX on the server side. So the browser doesn't need to run any JavaScript. We're just going to generate a string of HTML on the server side. Let me show you how we can do this. So jump into server.js and scroll up to the very top. Up where we're importing packages, include these new ones with me. Let's say const react, uppercase react equals, and then just require in the React package. Let's also say const react dom server equals, and then just require in the packages react-dom/server. And finally, let's pull in our animal card component file. So I'll say const uppercase animal card equals require // go in the source folder, go in the components folder, and grab the animal card file. Now just a quick tip. Our animal card file is using modern ES modules, or the modern syntax for exporting something. Whereas in this file, we're in the Node.js environment. We're using CommonJS. It has a different way of requiring or importing and exporting objects from files. So in order to get those two different syntaxes to play nicely together, at the end here we can just say .default. And that way, even though this file is exporting in a modern ES module, we can require it or import it here in CommonJS. Cool. So now we have all the ingredients we need, right? We have React, we have React DOM server, and we have the component that we want to use. Now let's just go find our homepage URL route. So for me, that's around line 35, right? A GET request to just /. Cool. So we've already got a database query that will pull in all of the animals below that line, but still above the response.render line. So right here, let's do this. Let's make up a variable name. Let's say const, and I'll make up a name of generated HTML equals, and now here's the cool part. We can say React DOM server. And I know that in modern React, there's something called render to pipeable stream that's ideal for a node environment. And that's great. You can probably get a bit better performance using that, but I'm trying to keep this video simple. So we're just going to use something called render to string. Parentheses to call that. And now here's the cool part. In these parentheses, we can spell out JSX. In between the parentheses, we can drop down just so it's easier to type. Let's start with a div. Let's give the opening tag. A class name of container. Inside that div, let's have another div and give it a class of animal-grid. And let's give it a secondary class of maybe margin bottom 3. Inside that div, let's just loop through all of the animals from the database, and we can reuse the animal card component. So curly brackets for something dynamic in JSX, just say all animals.map. Give this a function. It only has one parameter, so we'll call it animal arrow symbol. And then we want to return something. If we stay on a single line, we just have one statement. We don't even need to spell out the word return. We would just want to return, though, an animal card component, and then just give it all of the props that it would need. So let's say key equals animal._id. Let's give it a prop name. That would equal curly brackets animal.name. Species equals animal.species. Let's give it another prop of photo equals, curly brackets, animal.photo. Let's give it ID. ID equals animal._ID. And finally, yes, in the admin side of things, we wanted our animals to have the edit and delete buttons. But for the public listing, they don't need this whole bottom area with the buttons. So I actually coded our component where if you give it an extra prop of read only and you set it to true, it just won't even display those buttons at all. Cool. Now maybe below this div, so still in the container but below this animal grid div, I'll have a paragraph and I'll have a link and it will point to the slide. /admin URL, and it will say, login, manage the animal listings. Cool. So we now have this variable or this string of text or HTML called generated HTML. You could just spell out an entire HTML document and just send that here. So instead of using response.render, you could just say, response.send and send over a giant string of HTML. But you can also mix and match. So we can continue to use our EJS templates. And check this out. It's just, instead of giving it the animals, the raw data directly, we can just give it, generated HTML. I like this approach because then in terms of, your HTML boilerplate, that can still live in the EJS file. So we can save this go into your views folder and click on home.ejs. So in this file, just get rid of every single thing in this file. Oops, curly brackets, animal.photo. Let's give it ID. ID equals animal._ID. And finally, yes, in the admin side of things, we wanted our animals to have the edit and delete buttons. But for the public listing, they don't need this whole bottom area with the buttons. So I actually coded our component to where if you give it an extra prop of read only and you set it to true, it just won't even display those buttons at all. Cool. Now maybe below this div, so still in the container but below this animal grid div, I'll have a paragraph and I'll have a link, and it will point to the /admin URL, and it will say, login, manage the animal listings. Cool. So we now have this variable or this string of text or HTML called generated HTML. You could just spell out an entire HTML document and just send that here. So instead of using response.render, you could just say, response.send and send over a giant string of HTML. But you can also mix and match. So we can continue to use our EJS templates. And check this out. It's just, instead of giving it the animals, the raw data directly, we can just give it, generated HTML. I like this approach because then in terms of, your HTML boilerplate, that can still live in the EJS file. So we can save this, go into your views folder and click on home.ejs. So in this file, just get rid of every single thing in this file. And let's actually, to save typing, let's just borrow the code from admin.ejs because it's already got our bootstrap and our CSS, so on and so forth. So just take everything in this file, move it over into home.ejs, copy and paste. Okay, now we definitely don't need any client-side JavaScript this time around, and we don't need this empty app div because there's no client-side JavaScript to render into it. So delete that. Instead, we would just use EJS, so less than percentage, generated HTML. And to be clear here, EJS is going to try to protect us. It's going to try to escape whatever we give it. So to tell it, hey, you can back off EJS, you don't need to escape this, you can just include a dash or minus symbol right here. So that way the React generated HTML will actually render as HTML. Cool, but let's go ahead and save that. If we refresh, awesome. So the browser is not using a single ounce of JavaScript. This is just old-fashioned server-generated HTML, which can be great for search engine optimization, for accessibility, initial rendering time. It has a lot of different benefits. And the cool part is that that one single React component file is now driving both this server-generated page and our admin, which is, dynamic and client-driven. So I know this is obvious, but it's just fun to drive the point home. If we went into our animal card component, and around line number 56, that's where the heading is for the animal. If you change that from a heading level 4 to a heading level 1, click save, that's going to update both the admin client-side JavaScript, and if we go back to the public server-generated screen, you get the idea. So I think being able to share your code, in both environments like that is really powerful. This opens up so many doors and possibilities. Really quick at the end here, if you didn't have any animals yet, right? So if I deleted every single existing animal and then went back to the home page, this screen looks a little bit confusing, maybe. So if you wanted to add a conditional message that said, no animals yet, the admin needs to add a few, let me show you what I would do. So back in server.js, maybe right above this line where we would start looping, right above that, I would just say curly brackets, if the opposite of animals.length, so in other words, if the array is empty, if there are no animals yet. Ampersand, ampersand, and then you can just include a little bit of HTML or JSX. So I would just have a paragraph that says there are no animals yet. The admin needs to add a few. So you can save that, refresh. Cool. Whoops, looks like I accidentally included that in the animal grid. So just move that line to live right here. Right, so inside the container, but not in the animal grid. Cool. So now you see that message, but as soon as you add an animal, go back. Awesome. Okay, now that actually is the end of us working and building and coding this. At the end here, I do want to talk about a caveat, and that is that a malicious user could very easily, well, first of all, they'd have to have the admin username and password, right? But because we used a simplistic login mechanism, someone could brute force login. And if a malicious user had access to these admin URLs, they could crash our app pretty easily by just trying to upload a really huge photo file, right? That's like gigabytes large. Or maybe the JPEG file itself that they're uploading contains malicious code inside of it. In terms of actually building something that doesn't have any vulnerabilities like that, that's another topic for another day. To give you a hint though, in the real world, if I was building something that the general public was going to be aware of so that, you know, a lot of people would be wanting to hack it, I would never, ever, ever, ever let people just upload files to my server like this. I'm not saying it's impossible to build something secure like that, but I would much rather use a service like AWS or Cloudinary. In other words, I'm going to trust people who have dedicated their entire careers to making sure that malicious users can't find vulnerabilities when uploading files. So essentially, you know, you could generate a one-time use token on your server, give that token to the visitor, and then they would upload the file directly to, you know, Amazon's hardware or Cloudinary's servers, right? And then it's the job of those services, their entire job, 40 hours a week, is just to make sure that there's no vulnerabilities in terms of uploading files. So maybe in a future video, I can create a Cloudinary tutorial, right, where we integrate our node server with, you know, letting users upload images to Cloudinary. That would be a much more robust, secure solution. But again, that's another topic for another day. Cool. That is going to bring this video to a close. If you enjoyed this video, you might also enjoy my premium courses over on Udemy. So I have a course entirely all about React. We build the front end for a social networking app. It's got live chat features. You can follow users, so on and so forth. I also have another course about full stack JavaScript. So this is the course where we actually learn about, you know, cookies and CSRF protection, actually letting users register for an account and, you know, validating their username and password, so on and so forth. Anyways, thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you feel like you learned something, and stay tuned for more web development tutorials.
Thank you for helping me. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Of methods to make Redux store on YouTube and in
Okay, so hold on, buddy. You're telling me that if I go in here, and I close all this off, of course, I close all that off. I folder. Documents. Social media project. Select folder. Then if I go into my index.js, cd server, view start, cd client, view start. Sign in with Google. Users. UK. C test. 1, 2, 3, 5. 500. What do you mean, dude?
Hello awesome developers. In the previous part JSON, and inside the JSON I am going to specify some properties. I will say the limit of the JSON will be only 30 MB, and I think it's not only 30 MB. 30 MB is really a huge size in the HTTP request. Okay, furthermore I will say the extended property will be true. You can see the details of these properties by watching the documentation of body parser middleware. Okay, so for more app.useBodyParser.url encoded, and here the properties will be same as the JSON. So just copy this, okay, I think so the internal property like this, and paste them here. Now okay, let's make this, yeah, this text size is enough for our tutorial. Okay, so this is the time to connect our server with a database. So here I am in my MongoDB web application. Okay, so this is basically the home page, and if I browse my collections here, so I just have one database, social media. So it was my previous database while I was developing this application. So for the tutorial I am going to make a new database with the name social media and YouTube. Okay, so as it requires at least one default collection name, so I am making this as users. Now let's just create a database. Okay, so here you can see I have my database social media YouTube. After this I have to make a connection string. So for this I will again go to database tab, and here just simply click on the connect button, and as we are making a web application, so go to the connect your application and simply copy this string. Okay, so as we come here, below this write mongoose.connect, and after this you have to specify your connection string. I am just pasting that. Okay, so here you have to replace this password text with your actual password. So I am replacing it my actual password, which is social media 123. Of course I am going to change this at the end of this tutorial before uploading, and I assume my M was small here. Okay, and there should be an L. After specifying the password, you have to specify to which database you are connecting. So just following this slash, you have to specify the name of your database. database, so I will say social media and YouTube. So yeah, just like this. So this total functionality is actually returning us a promise. So we know that when something is returning a promise, then we can use a statement which is saying then. So yeah, I have to specify a dot, okay, dot and then. So yeah, after returning the promise, this function will be executed, and executing this function, our app start listening. And to start the listening, we have to specify a port number, and I'm specifying it as 5000. And this is also a callback function. So this callback function is producing a console log. So here I occur. So now guys, I am going to make too much folders, the authentication routes, the user routes, each other. Okay. Now, first of all, let's make a route. Okay. So I will go to the routes folder, and here I am making a file, let's say auth route. So auth route means authentication route.js. Inside this file, first of all, let's close this sidebar. Okay, so in this file, first of all, I am importing the express from the express. After this, I will make a router. So router is basically a type of tool that will inform us that this is not a functionality, that this is not a type of action, it is just simple a route. Okay, so here I am making a router, and router will be equal to express.router. So now we have a pathway that is called as router. At the last, I have to export this router. Export default and router. Okay. Now I am going to import this route inside my index.js. So here, first of all, let's import this. Here I am making a comment and saying it as router, and this was our middleware, so I should also comment this as middleware, like this. Okay, it was our .env. Okay, so now let's import the route. I will say import auth route from inside the route env.config. Okay, so it is replaced by auto intelligence.env, just like this, and this is a function. So yeah, we have to call this. Okay, so as we have to import the .env, here I will say import .env from .env, just like this. Now let's save this, and here instead of using this string, now replace it with the process.env.mongodb. So yeah, this was the name of our variable string, so you can check this here. Yeah, I'm basically just copying this name and pasting it here like this. Okay, for the port number, I am going to use the same method. Here I will say process.env.port, just like this. Now let's save this. To see the changes, first of all, we should stop our server. So here just write the control C and it will stop our server, and again write the npm start. So yeah, here you can see it's listening now. The working and the result is same, but now our variables are totally hidden. For a better understanding, here I can say listening at the port number, and I can specify the port number as process.env. And we are using JavaScript inside the string, so there should be backticks like this. and like this. Now let's save, and in the terminal if we have a look, here you can see listening at the port number 5000. It's working very fine. As these all are the promises, so we should make a catch statement in case of any error. So here I am writing the catch, and in the case of catch there will be an error, and just simply console log the error. Okay, so yeah, I am making this functionality very simple. Now you can see this total connection with the database very clearly. First of all, the connection string and so now guys, I am going to make too much folders one by one, but please don't be panicked by watching me making so much folders. I will explain you the purpose of each directory step by step. Okay, just like this. Send the response as response.send inside my index.js. So here first of all, let's import this. Here I am making a comment and saying it as router, and this was our middleware, so I should also comment this as middleware like this. Okay, it was our .env. Okay, so now let's import the route. I will say import auth route from inside the routes directory and the authroute.js. Let's save this. Now at the last, I will here again say usage of route, just like this. So first of all, our app is going to use the authentication route. So here I will say auth, and inside, and after following the auth, I will call my authentication route, just like this. The meaning of this, if we want to go on the authentication route that we have made here, first of all we have to write the /auth in our Google search, or you can simply say in the search bar. Okay, so let's make an output in the authentication router. So here I'll say router dot get, and just simply this one, and here request response, and let's make it async first. Okay, just like this. Send the response as response.send, and here write the authentication route. Okay, so what will happen here, if we write authentication slash, then we will go to this authentication route and we will see the result in our browser. So in the terminal, yeah, our app is running fine. I am going to the Google browser. Here I am writing localhost and of course 5000. Then we have to go to authentication route and slash. So here you can see I have the text authentication route. This is basically the response of our server that I have created here, that if someone goes to simply slash after following the authentication route. Okay, after following the authentication route, we are simply going to a single slash, then send this response of simply text authentication route. So here is simple auth and then a slash, and here is the response authentication route. So now first of all I am going to make a route for registering a new user on our social media application, or how to log in a user on our social media application. So to deal with the user, first of all we have to make the model for the user, that is basically a schema. So inside the model here I am making a file which will say the user model.js. Okay, inside the user model.js, first of all I am going to import mongoose from mongoose, and after this here I am going to make the user schema. So user schema will be equal to mongoose.schema. Okay, so inside the schema our every user essentially have a username. Okay, so I am making its type as string, and required equal to true, means it is important. We cannot neglect a username in our schema. For example, if a user is trying to log in or registering on our application, then it must have a username property. Okay, he or she cannot do any type of work on our application without having a username. Okay, So as the username is too much important, similarly the password is. So I am just going to paste the same properties for the password, and then after the password I will have the first name, and the first name will be also important for every user. So yeah, like this. And similarly there should be a last name. Here I am also making it as important for registering on our website. Furthermore, here I am declaring another field for our users, and this field is admin. So this will inform us if the current user is the admin of our application or not. So the type will be boolean, and by default every user will be not a admin. Okay, so as it is obvious. After this, here I am making some more fields like the profile picture, that we will store it as the string. Okay, and then the cover picture will also be stored as string, and the about of the user and lives in, these all things will be like a string, and the word set, and similarly the relationship status, whatever he or she want. Okay, there should be an relationship, and it will be also a string. And after this every user will have some followers, or maybe he or she not have anyone, but this is an important field of followers, and the type of this will be an array. So the followers array will store the IDs of users who are following our current user. And then similarly there will be an other array with the name following. So inside the followings we will have the user's name of the persons to whom our current user is following. So for the simplicity, if I just make it as following, so it will be more conventional. Okay, so after all of these fields, here I am making the timestamps as true. Okay, so timestamps equal to true. So what it will do, against the each document in our database, it will add the two fields, created at and updated at. So we don't have to manually track these two things. Now I have to export complete this model. So first of all, here I will make it constant with the name user model will be equal to mongoose again dot model, and the name will be of model users, and user schema will be imported in this users, and then simply export default user model, just like this. Okay, it is too much simple thing. Now I have created the first model. It's time to make our first controller. Inside the controller here, auth controller. So this auth controller will simply control our registering a new user and login a user. So inside the authentication controller, first of all I am importing the user model from the models, and there should always a JS, otherwise it will raise an error. And then here I am making a function export const register user. Okay, and this function will be an async function with the two parameters request and response to the server. How a new user will register on our social media application? Okay, I should comment this as registering a new user. Okay, so for the registration every user will pass some data to our server. Okay, so here I am receiving that data. I will make the const, the data will essentially include username, password, first name, and the last name. So where these data will lie, it will lie in the request.body. So it will lie inside the body of the request. After this I have to map this data in our model. So here what I will do, I will make a constant with the name new user, and here I am targeting our user model. Inside the user model I will simply just write these properties, or you can say fields, first name and the last name. Okay, I should turn on the word app. So here I have made a new user for which I have mapped all these fields inside the user model. Now let's remember one thing. Whenever we have to practically interact with our server, we will first make a try catch block. Okay, just like this, because now it's time to save this new user in our database and we are going to interact with our server. So here I am making a try and catch block. Inside the try block, here write await new user dot save. It will pass all the functionality of our function until our new user will be saved in the database. Okay, so when it will be saved, it will send us a response with the status code of 200. Okay, you can search for the HTTP status code on the internet very easily. Okay, whenever something goes right and nothing is wrong, then we return a status of 200, and inside the JSON I will return that new user. Okay, in the case if there happen any type of error, response with the status code of 500, because 500 represents an error on the server, and then in the JSON I will make a message, and message will be equal to error dot message. Now let's save this. It's time to connect the route with this control. So I will go to the authroute.js, and here I am just simply deleting this route because it is practically of no use. Here I am making router.post because whenever we want to send some data for the server, we use the post request. Okay, inside the post request I am making a route with the name register, and it will call a function register user from the controller. Okay, it is auto imported here. So now we have completed our pipeline for the server, as we have made our index.js that is calling an authentication route, and inside the authentication route we are calling a controller of authentication. Here you can see that. Okay, it's time to test our API. Many times we use the Postman for the testing of API. I am not against the Postman. It is also very good tool. But practically I use the Thunder client because it is integrated in our VS Code, and I find a lot of ease while working with the Thunder client. So you can install Thunder client by simply going to extension and write Thunder client. So this is the Thunder client extension. Just click on this, and here you can find the explanation of this extension. It is very useful. So we are going to use this. Okay, if I open the terminal, here is an error inside our, I think so that it is in our authroute.js. So let's find what's the error. Okay, inside the auth. Okay, the error is very simple. Here we have not written auth controller.js, which is the complete name of file. So let's save this and try again. Our server is starting again. So now it is working fine. So here I am opening my extension Thunder client, and here inside the collections I am first of all going to make a new collection and giving it a name of social media YouTube. Okay, inside social media YouTube, here I am going to make a new folder. So there is a new folder, and the folder name will be the authentication request. Okay, inside the authentication request, first of all I am going to make our register request. So new request, and the name of this request will be register user. Okay, as this is as register user request is a post request, so here I am selecting post and write the address. So localhost and 5000, then go to authentication route and then the register. Okay, let's confirm this. So yeah, this is simply a register. Okay, as we have to send some data in the body of our request to register a user, so I will go to the body and here make a JSON. Okay, inside JSON first of all there will be the username. So let's say the username is equal to zan@gmail.com, and then we want the first name, which is essential. So the first name is simply Zan, and then we want a last name. So last name will be equal to, let's say, RK. and the most essential thing, the password. So the password, and here let's say the password is 123456. Now let's send this request. So here is the response from the server that we have made inside the controller, that if a new user is saved, then just simply return this new user. So here this is the new user with the username zen@gmail.com, password first name last name, and have no followers, no followings. And as we have made timestamps true, so this is the created ad and the updated ad. Now let's double check this in our database. So here inside the social media YouTube database, here I have a collection users, and inside the users collection, here I have one document with the name zen@gmail.com. Means registering a user is working very fine. But there is a problem that the password string is storing in its original format, and it is very dangerous to save a password. Decrypt the request. Here I am sending this request. There is an error. So basically what is this error? It is saying user validation failed, password is required. So let's see in the controller again. Okay, so the problem is that as in the user model, we have a field with the name password, and here we are passing a field with the name hashed password, which is not present in the user model. So what can I do? Here I will write password, and I am giving the value of hash password to the password field. Now let's format the code. Okay, now you can see it better. Let's save again and try to send the request again. So here the connection was refused by a server. Let's see why. Our server is running correctly. So why the request was not sent? Let's try again. Okay, so here is the new user, and the password is this hash string which we are not able to read. Okay, so let's see in the database. So if I refresh my database, and yeah, here you can see this is the Jawad username and its password is hash now. So I should delete this user because its password is simple a string with the HTTP request. Okay, so as I have to interact with the database, well, inside this I will again send the router. Okay, now inside the route, the pass will be equal to the jawad@gmail.com, and the last one password, as we know that the password was only 123456, 123456 as I remember. Okay, let's see again the request for double check. So okay, yeah, the password was 123456. So if I send this request, here you can see it returns as a user that is Jawad, means it is working fine. Now let's try to change the password. If I just write 446, and now let's send the request. Here it is saying wrong password, means it is a bad request. Okay, so the other possibility, if the user does not exist, means if I write Jawad123 and now let's send, it is saying user does not exist. So our login functionality is working too much fine. It's time to move on the YouTube and in many more. Have the path for a profile, and after profile there will be an ID of the user. YouTube and in many more blogs, but why I am using main pages, because I also have to call this fetch profile user after making the function. So here I am saying fetch profile user, and if I just leave this as it is, so it will render the correct version of our profile card. So similar thing I am going to do for the home side. So inside the home page, so here I have the profile side. Let's go to its implementation. Okay, I have to go manually profile site.jsx. Here I am calling profile card. So here I will give it the location of home page like this. Now on the home page it is rendering the correct version of our profile card. Okay, let's go back to the profile page. Now I have to fix this number of posts because I literally have only 2 posts and it is showing the hard coded value of 3 posts. So what I will do inside the, okay, let's just save this home and just close the profile card, and here inside the profile card, instead of writing it by hard code, I will say post.filter. But let's wait, till now we have no post extracted from our Redux store. So first of all I have to extract the post. I will say const post will be equal to use selector, and from the state dot post reducers only reducer dot post. Now here inside the logic of number of posts, so here first of all to make this a logic I am making it under a curly braces, and now I will say post dot filter, and for each post make a arrowhead function, and I am going to filter the number of posts according to the post dot user ID should be equal to our user dot ID that has been extracted also from the state. And after filtering all such kind of posts, just find the length of this post. So now we have the correct version 2. Let's update the number of posts by making a new post. Let's say this is the REST API tutorial, so I say REST API tutorial. Let's share this, and here I have my new post, and there is the number of posts is equal to 3. So now it's time to fix this info card of our user. So to fix this, here I am going to the info card file. So info card.jsx as we have made in our front end part, and let's start do some logical programming here. First of all I am here making a dispatch hook instance like dispatch. So I also have to import it manually from our React Redux. So import use dispatch. So okay, so here use dispatch is imported. After this I also have to import one more React hook, which is the use param hook. So to import it I will say use params. Okay, after importing it I have to declare the profile user ID. So I will say const profile user ID is equal to params dot ID, because in the parameter we have the ID of the user as you can see here. So I am fetching it inside the constant profile user ID. Now I am going to make a use state of profile user like this, and also set profile user, and I'm going to make a use state with a null object. After this I am going to fetch the global state of user from our use selector, or you can say from our React Redux with the state dot auth reducer dot auth data. I know now you are very used to it of the same line of code. Let's move on. We have to make a use fact hooks because we want to render this info card correctly whenever someone calls the profile page of a user. So inside the use effect hook, as we normally make an arrowhead function, just profile user. and it is going to be an async call. So as it is an asynchronous call, after this I will say if the profile user id, okay, if the profile user id is equal to the user dot underscore id, that is our global user, but still there is an error and I have to first find out why this is giving an error. It should not be an arrow. Okay, now it's working fine. So I am saying if the profile user id is same our current user that is stored in a React Redux, then set the profile user as our global user. And if this not the case, means if we are seeing the profile of an other person, then make a profile user. And to make this profile user I have to fetch some data from our API. So I will say user API dot get user, and I will give the profile user ID as the parameter. Of course we have to make this user API file, but for now let's move on. After getting that specific user from the database, I will say set profile user according to the fetched user from the database. And now let's save this, and of course we are going to have a lot of errors. The first error that I am saying that I have not imported the use effect from the React, so now it is imported, and I also have to call this fetch profile user after making the function. So here I am saying fetch profile user, and if I just leave this as it is, so it will render for the infinite number of times. So to prevent this condition, here I am going to give an dependency array, and this dependency array will have the user as a dependency. Means if the user is changed in our React Redux, then the only time it will re-render this use effect. Now it's time to make this user API. I will go to the API, and here I'm making a new file, user request.js. Okay, first of all let's again just copy this same thing that we are just have to copy and paste in each file. Here I am making a function. Okay, there should be a I like this. Now here I am going to make a function export const get user, and this get user will have a user ID with an arrowhead, and it will call the API get inside the backtick. First of all call the user, and then $sign to enable the variable with the user ID. Let's double check by going to our routes. Okay, let's first go to index of our server. Okay, yeah, this is only the user, it will work fine. Okay, where is our request? Here it is. Now let's just again just copy this same thing that we are just have to copy and paste in each file. Here I am making a function. Okay, there should be a I like this. Now here I am going to make a function export const get user, and this get user will have a user ID with an arrowhead, and it will call the API get inside the backtick. First of all call the user, and then $sign to enable the variable with the user ID. Let's double check by going to our routes. Okay, let's first go to index of our server. Okay, yeah, this is only the user, it will work fine. Okay, where is our request? Here it is. Now let's just save this, and inside this is my info card. Here I have to import the user API. So as we are doing with every request file, so similar stuff we will do for this. I will say import steric as user API from, just go outside, again outside, and from API, then from the user request.js. Let's see what happens here. If I just refresh the page, our app is not crashed, and
to see the information that is being fetching, I just simply say console log. Okay, so console log profile user, let's say here also, and here I'm also saying just the user. Let's try again. If I refresh the page, now open the console, and here I have an object which is having the first name Mark and last name Zuckerberg. Okay, it's working very fine. Now first of all, let's delete these consoles from here, and now further, instead of writing this your info, I will say profile info, because we can check our own profile and the profile of an other user. Therefore here we should say the profile user. And this UIL pen, here if we look in the UI, this pen icon is used to open the model, and this will make no sense when we are going to see the profile of another user on our social media application. So therefore I have to hide this. So to I have this here, I am making a logic. If user dot id is equal to the profile user id, then render this all stuff. So I am just copying this whole div. Let's see where it's ending. Okay, this div is ending here. Just Control X and Control V, and now this case is not, then simply render nothing. Login. So put, and inside the backticks the user with the user id, and here put the form data like this. Now let's save it. So inside my model, first of all I should remove these extra files. Okay, so here I have to import it again from the actions. These are the actions. Let's save this. So our user model is completed at this. Basically all the things are completed. The only thing remaining is to make a reducer for these types of actions: updating start and updating fail. Okay, we also have to import user API. So here I will say import static as user API. So from, let's go outside from the API and then the user request. Yeah, just like this. Now let's save this. Okay, now I'm going to auth reducer. So this is auth reducer.js, and here I'm going to make all the cases for the updating of user, because our user data lies inside the authentication reducer. Therefore I have to put the relating to updating inside this same reducer. After this, in the case update is success, so make the updating success. Just copy this from here and I am pasting it here like this. Okay, return the previous state, and the auth data will be updated as the action.data with the update loading as false. Now error is also false now. Okay, the last case is updating fail. So to make this case and updating fail, so like this, and it will return the previous state with the update loading as false and error as true. Now let's save this. So our reducer is completed now. When the update is successful, we also have to store the new user inside the local storage manually. So local storage dot set item, and I am again setting the profile item as json.stringify and action.data basically, and here I should apply the chain operator. Okay, so now let's save this and hope that our connection with API will work fine. But first of all, let's check our controller, user controller, for double checking its functionality, that it will be capable for our form data acceptance or not. So here inside the data user, I am receiving the ID from parameter, it is correct, and inside the request.body, I don't think so we have current user ID, it is just simply an ID. Okay, so now here we should also have to change it as id, and let's remove this for now. Okay, as we further move on, here everything is fine. Now after updating we have to update the JSON token, so I will say token is equal to jwt dot sign like this, and it is equal to the username as user dot username and id as user dot id. Again there is an error. Let's see why the error, because there should be the round braces, not the curly braces like this. Okay, our second parameter is process dot env dot jwt key that we have made. Let's see again inside our env here. Okay, so yeah, and our last and third parameter is expires in, which is going to remain same, and I'm keeping have current user id. It is just simply an id. Okay, so now here we should also have to change it as id, and let's remove this for now. Okay, as we further move on, here everything is fine. Now after updating we have to update the JSON token, so I will say token is equal to jwt dot sign like this, and it is equal to the username as user dot username and id as user dot id. Again there is an error. Let's see why the error, because there should be the round braces, not the curly braces like this. Okay, our second parameter is process dot env dot jwt key that we have made. Let's see again inside our env here. Okay, so yeah, and our last and third parameter
The son of a gun.
yeah, and our last and third parameter is expires in, which is going to remain same, and I'm keeping it as 1 or. Let's format the code and save this. Now in the response I am sending
Browse the collections. Users. I know it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, yes! Yes! Oh my goodness, yes! Yes, 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 yes. Wow, can't believe you guys think I scammed. Wow, fucking hell, dude. Fucking hell, dude. We finally made it, dude. Oh man. 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 That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. I don't need to save any of this. Wait, can I test it now? Test, yes. Can I upload a picture now, dude? Test, yes. Can I upload a profile image now? Test, and let's get something. That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Whoa. Damn, son. Damn, son. Damn, son. Damn, son. Damn, son. Damn, son. Damn, son.
Object with the user and a token so that our local storage will work fine, because in the reducer, okay, the action dot data inside the action, okay, so now it should work fine. So if I here write that Zen keeps co institute lives in let's say Multan, country Pakistan, and relationship status unmarried. Let's choose a profile picture. Let's say this is my profile picture, and for the cover picture, this is my cover picture and update. Okay, so nothing happening. Let's see why. Inside the console there is an error. Okay, so I should open a network tab. So guys, I have spent a lot of time of debugging that what is the error and how can I solve this, and at one point I was just unable and blank to solve the error, and you can only imagine how small was the error, and even the VS Code is not identifying me the error. The main is that there is no highlighting of any red line, yellow line, that there is an error in the code. The error is the JWT is not imported. Okay, so here if I import the JWT from JSON web token, now let's save it, and here I have just for the testing changed, so now you are seeing it as a changed version, but I am going to give you the view of this practically, guys. Here if I say okay, so on change it's not working. Okay, the N is capital. You can see how small are the errors, how small these are the errors. Now let's refresh and try to change it again. Let's say Mark and Zuckerberg, like this. Now everything will be same. Now let's say married one day. Okay, so now I want to change the profile picture. Let's say my new profile picture, this is a cool one, and I have to change the background, so I am just giving this background. Now update, and boom guys, everything is changed and working perfectly in our profile info card and inside our main profile card, and you can see the changes also reflected here and inside our application tab inside the authentication data here also. So guys, you can see how React is also painful and how it is also beautiful, that even a small error has wasted almost 1 hour. So for further I have to change this followers card. Okay, so let's try to manipulate it according to our platform. Here I will say followers card.jsx. First of all, I am changing this line who is following you, and I am saying it as people you may know, like this. Okay, now I have to refactor it. How I am going to refactor it? I am just making a new component inside the component with the name, let's say user. Okay, inside the user there will be a file as user.jsx, just the JSX, not the CSS. Okay, now it's a followers card. I am just copying this. Basically I am just cutting this from here and RFCE. Now I am pasting it here like this. Okay, so I have to import the user here, so I will say user, and I will send the data as the person data, and it will be equal to the person, like this, and key will be equal to the ID. Okay, so now here I will say it as person. Let's save this, and I have to here receive this as person and change every follower with the person here like this. Let's save this, so there is no crash in our app, means it is working fine now. Now inside the followers card here I am making a use effect. Okay, so use effect, and just make an arrowhead function. Inside use effect I am saying const fetch persons, and the fetch persons will be equal to an async call, basically like this. Inside this let's make the data which will be equal to await get all user, like this. I will make this function inside the user request, and then I am also making a use state. Okay, so const persons and set persons like this. So this is a use state, and at the start it will be a null array. Okay, now I have to extract the user, so just copy this from here and I am pasting it basically here. Let's format the code, and I also have to call this function in the use effect, and the dependency I am making a blank array like this. After getting all the data, let's make the set persons equal to the dat data that we have received from the server. It's time to make a user request with the name export const get all user, and basically there will be nothing inside the parameters, and for the API it will just say the get and user, and this will be the path in our server. So I am opening my index.js server and now go to the user route. Okay, so okay, let's go to the user route here. So let's make a router dot get, if just simply a slash, then execute get all users. Now I have to implement this in user controller. So inside the user controller here I am making get all users. Okay, so I will say export const get all users, and just copy this syntax from here and I'm pasting it like this. Now try catch block, inside the try catch block let the users are equal to await user model dot find, and you will be panicked by observing that if I just run the user model find, then it will cause an array that will contain all the users from our social media platform. But this is not true. It just only give us the results of first 20 documents, which is manageable. And then I will say users is equal to users dot map, and for each user I don't want to give the password, even the manipulated password I don't want to give it. So I will say const password and then the other details like this. It will be equal to the user dot doc because it is stored in this, and then return only the other details. And in case of any errors, simply response dot status dot 500 with JSON error, and if it is successful then send response dot status of 200 with the JSON of users like this. So I have to import it in my routes. So where is my user routes? Okay, so user routes and get all users. So here the update user and get all users. Basically it should work now. Okay, there is an error, use selected not defined, get all users not defined inside the followers card, and I have to import the use selector. Okay, so use selector from React Redux. Now the get all user from the user request, and I will also say just console log the data. Now let's see what happens inside the console. There is an error basically. Let's refresh. So there is basically an error, and this error is saying network error. If I see the configuration, okay, let's see. Basically our server has been crashed inside the user controller because it is saying export const unexpected export. Okay, so go to the user controller Here it is saying export const get all users. Okay, I have closed this function of get all users. Now our server should work fine. Okay, it is listening. Let's try again, close all the things here, and now it has given us an array of 8 people, so it is working very fine now. The next task, I am going to my database here and I am deleting all the users. Basically, first of all, I am deleting all the posts because it is too much messed up now. So I am deleting the posts, and I am also deleting the users. So here I have deleted all the users and the posts. So now inside my application I am also deleting all these things. Let's refresh again, and I am going to make some new account. First account with the name Zan, rkzan@gmail.com, password simply Zan. Let's sign up. Okay, let's give some information as works at Zen Institute, lives in Shujabad, or you can say Multan, like this, from Pakistan, and relationship status is unmarried. And now I have to choose a profile picture. Let's say this is the profile picture and a cover picture. Now update this. Okay, now I am going to make some posts. This is the new design, and now just share this. So it is my first post. I am liking this, and also make another post like a good design like this. Now save this, and here it is another post. Okay, now I'm logged out and making another account with the name Jawad, and let's say Rao here. Now the name Jawad@gmail.com. Jawad, let's sign up again, and here I am again making some changes as software engineer, lives in Multan, from Canada, let's say, and relationship status is married. Now the profile image will be okay like this, and the cover image like this one. Let's update. So now this is the second member on our social media application. Let's log out, and I'm making the third one as Umar, like on umar@gmail.com, Umar, and Umar confirm password. Let's sign up. Now I am going to VS Code, and here this is our followers card. Inside the followers card, now let's get rid of this hard coded followers because now they make no sense, as we have the people extracted from our database. So I can also delete it from here, and here I will say the persons. But there is a problem with this logic, that it will return the list of all the persons included in our database, means the first 20, and these first 20 can include the user who has been logged in currently, and this will make no sense if the user is also included here in the card. Okay, it should not be included. So to fix this, here I am going to make a condition. I will say if person dot id is not equal to the user dot id, then return the user. Okay, so only then return the user. Let's format the code, let's save it, and now it should have only 2 people in the card. Here you can see the Zan and the Jawad. Of course we have to fix this. So to fix this component, I am going to the user.jsx. Here first of all, let's fix the person.image. Okay, we have to use the same criteria as we have used in the share component. So I'm just opening the post share.jsx, and here I have the server public. So just copy this and paste this. It basically stores the URL of our server side. And now for the image section, Here that was also an image section. So where is this? Let's
Nice.
okay, that was our image. So I am just copying this whole thing from here and paste it inside the src. Okay, we also have to extract the user dot cover picture, but here we have no user, so I can say it as just the person dot cover picture. Okay, because the person is coming from the parameter. Let's paste it here. Okay, now let's save this, and here we have the profile images of the people on our platform. Okay, it's time to fix
Nice.
the name because in the database we
Nice.
have the first name
Nice.
stored. So let's save this. Okay, and here we have the names, and it's time to fix this. They should not be add.
There should not be a.
Now it's looking very fine. It's time to make the logic for follow and unfollow. So on this follow button, here I am making a function on click, and it will handle our follow. Okay, handle for, let's make this function. So on the upper side, const handle follow, and it will be an arrowhead function again. Now to make this functionality, first of all I have to make a action. So I will go to user action.js, and after updating a user, I'm saying export const follow user, and again just a little bit of syntax, async, and dispatch this. Okay, and here I will dispatch the reducer with the type as follow user. So let's say follow user like this, and after this I will call my user API dot follow user, and I will send ID and the data. Okay, I also have to receive the ID and data. So ID and data. Now let's fix this here. So handle flow follow and handle follow, now calling the, let's save this, and now inside user.jsx I have to call dispatch. So let's first import it from React Redux. Import use dispatch. Okay, from React Redux, now make an instance const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Now here I am going to use this to call our action, and action is the follow user from the actions, and in the data I am sending the person dot id which I have to follow, and the complete user. So where I will get this complete user. Okay, so let's just simply copy this and paste it here. So to extract from the our Redux store. Now okay, I have it extra space. Okay, again this is not imported. Let's see why. From the actions, now it's completed. So here I have to make an API to follow the user. So I will user request .js, and here export const follow user, and it will get the ID and the data. Now this is just a put request, means an HTTP method of put, and towards the user here I have to put the ID to follow, and then I will say follow, and here I am making the data as a parameter, or you can say the body. Okay, there should be an arrowhead. Now let's save this, and I have to import it in my user action. So yeah, this is already imported as we have did for the update or user. Let's save this and hope that everything will work fine. So if I refresh my page, and let's follow the Zen and see the console. Okay, inside network tab, let's try again to follow the Jawad, and here is request, and there is an again error. Okay, so the error is basically the internal server error. Let's see why it's happening. Our server is running fine. Let's go to the user controller.js, and here's how to follow a user. First of all, I am getting an ID. Okay, so because I have no current user ID, there should be only ID. Let's try again. Here I am following Jawad. Let's see. Okay, so again there is an error. Basically nothing, there is an error. My server is crashed or not. Let's see. Okay, so it is saying current user ID not defined in a condition. So let's see, in the condition there should also be an ID. Let's save and try again. I follow the Jawad, and this is a correct request and our user should be followed now, but I am not seeing any type of response. Okay, so here it is saying user followed, means our functionality of following a user is working fine. Now we just have to change our controller. So I think I also have to change the controller for unfollow a user. Yeah, so I just selecting all the current user IDs. Okay, not from here. Let's remove this from here, and instead of all this, let's just simply say the ID. Let's save and try to unfollow a user. So inside the user actions, here I am making another action. And inside the JSX here, if I make it unfollow, okay, unfollow, let's see is it auto imported or not. Okay, there should be unfollow user from the action. Let's save this, and here if I unfollow the Jawad, so yeah, it is saying user unfollowed, means our following and unfollowing a user functionality is working fine. It's time to make changes in our UI. So to make this condition, here I am making another use state which is saying following and set following. This is basically a check to see whether we are following a person or not. So use state, and its initial state will depends upon person dot following. Okay, following dot include the current user ID, or you can just say the user dot ID. So if the person has the current user ID inside its following array, that means we are already following this. So okay, let's fix this from React, and now here the button will be rendered according to this condition. So just remove this and make a condition upon following. If following is true, then write unfollow on the button, and if it is not, then simply say follow. Okay, so let's see. Basically we are seeing no type of difference. And why we are not seeing it? Because we are not changing our global state, or you can say we are not changing our redux. So to change the redux, here I am dispatching the two type of action, follow user, unfollow a user. Let's make the corresponding reducer inside the authentication reducer.js, and after updating fail, and now we are going to make a very logical thing, the authentication data, because authentication data includes the array of following. Okay, so state dot auth data, and here the user will be equal to the state. I will give you the explanation of this logic, but first let's follow me. Auth data dot user, and the following will include the previous state dot auth data dot user dot following and action dot data. Okay, so what is this stuff? This is really a huge line of code. Basically we are doing a lot of thing in parallel. So here I have destructured the authentication data which is included the user. So now we can manipulate individually the user, and now I have to change the following array. So I am again destructuring the user, and now I can manipulate the following. So to manipulate the following, first of all I am just spreading the previous following array here, and then I am adding the action dot data, and in our action dot data it will include the new user ID which we have followed. Okay, after this let's make the second scenario equal to the previous state dot auth data, and then the user will be equal to state dot auth data dot user, and following array will be changed according to the following, and state dot auth data dot user dot following dot. Now I have to filter according to the person ID that I want to remove from following array, and if person ID is not equal to the action dot data, means what I have did in this line of code. As you remember, this is a very simple stuff as we did before, and now inside the user I am again spreading the user object, and then I am spreading the following array, and here I am saying the following array should be updated and it should not include the user ID on which we have clicked to unfollow. Basically this filter is just removing that specific person. Now let's save this, and inside the user.jsx, inside the handle follow, I have to do everything according to a condition. I will say if following is true, then dispatch the unfollow user action, and if it is not, then dispatch the follow user. Okay, follow user from the action. Okay, so why I am not seeing the follow user action? Because here I have already imported it, and then again just send these two things. Let's now, and now it should render according to our needs. Here if I refresh and try to follow Zen, now our card is updating fine and it's again updating. Okay, let's see why this is happening. This is happening because we are not changing our following state. After doing this, I will say set following according to the previous negation. Okay, now let's save this, and first of all I am just log out and then log in again with the Umar account like this. Let's log in, and here I am again following 1% and it's not showing correctly. Okay, so now everything is clear. This is just because of our previous local story. Now I follow following 1, again follow following 2, and if I unfollow, so this is happening very fine. It's time to change the styling for the unfollow button. So here I will say the class name is according to some condition. Okay, I will say if following is true, then return button fc. Button means the previous class, and add one new class unfollow button. I will make it shortly. And if this is not a case, then simply return button fc button. Now let's to make the unfollow button class. I am going to the followers card.css, and here at the very end I have this fc button. First of all let's paste the name, and I am saying it will have the color of our variable. We have orange, and the border should be 2 pixels solid, as we have the general styling if you remember in our design part. And cursor like the pointer. The main difference is of the background, so background will be transparent like this. Let's fix this here. Now save this, and you can see how beautiful this is working now, and our requests are also very finely working. Okay, so user is not followed by you. Okay, let's make one thing. If I follow the Zen, then I should see the post from the Zen, and if I follow Jawad, then I also see the post from the Jawad. Let's go to the home page, and here I have the post from Zen and Jawad also. Let's first make some posts from myself. As I have 0 posts and still I am seeing these 2 posts from Zen Jawad, then this is a bug. inside the profile page I should only see the post of myself. So what I will do, I'm going to the post, I think so, post.jsx, and here before returning these post.maps I am going to make a condition. First of all, I will make it let instead of const, because I have to manipulate it. If I am saying if there are no posts, then return the text simply no posts. Okay, so nothing will be rendered like this. It will only return no post. Condition is the param.id exists, then the post should be equal to the post dot filter, and for each post let's check the user id against each post, like post dot user id as we have inside our post model, and it's again should be only params. It will be fixed when I just import the use params hook. Params is equal to use params. Okay, it's not auto importing, let's see why. Use param, and if it is a profile page, then we should render only posts that are posted by that specific person. Therefore I am filtering from all the posts and returning only the posts who have the same user id. Now if I save this, okay, there is an error and it's saying use params was not found inside the react router DOM. So why it's not? Because there is not the user param. Okay, let's save this. So now you can see here we are not seeing any kind of post. If I make a new one like this one, how I am looking, like this. Now let's share this. Here I have one post, and here I have the post on the home page. I have many more posts. Let's like them. And if I just log out and log in with the Zen, let's say Zen, like Zen. Now log in again. Here I follow, if just Umar I am following. So here basically my number of likes is updated, and there is some kind of ambiguity that this is not happening as we expected, and saying failure in our promises, and it's forbidden on the unfollow. Let's see on the network tab on the unfollow. Okay, so why this is all happening, I am unable to understand right now. Here guys, I have debugged it a lot. Even I have just deleted all the accounts and then make the new accounts, and it was just a hell of job. And you know what was the error? The error was the too much small inside the users. Here instead of following I should write followers, and I know you probably noticed that I am making a mistake, but yeah, that was the only mistake. Now here you can see it is rendering as expected. I am following Zen, and let's make a post from the Umar account. So here I am saying, okay, going to learn MERN, and inside the braces say the Umar. Let's share this. Okay, now I am logging out, and from the Zen account here I will see zen@gmail.com ZIN. Let's log in. Let's this post is from the Zen on account. Now I am following this. Now go to the profile. Here I have on this, and now I'm go to the home page. So also I have the post from the Umar's account. I can like it, and I can also like my own post. Yeah, here our following and unfollowing functionality is working fine now. So our last task is to implement the authentication middleware of our JWT. So to make this, I am again just closing all of my files here, and now inside the index.js, and basically I am just closing all my directory inside the server. I am going to make a new folder with the name middleware like this. Inside the middleware I am making the auth middleware.js. So inside the authentication middleware.js, first of all, I am importing the JWT from JSON Web Token. Now also we have to require the .env. Now put the .env.config to use the processed environmental variables, and here I am fetching my JWT key. And after this, here I am going to make my authentication middleware. And first of all, the authentication middleware should also acquire this third parameter of next. It is always necessary to make a middleware. And now here, first of all, I will take the token from the authorization header of our request, and let's see what is the token. And if the token is present, then I will verify it from my JSON web token that I have already make an algorithm while generating the token. So basically this algorithm depends upon our secret key, and our all the token will be verified against this secret key. And then the decoded data, I will also console log it, and the request.body.id means the user ID will be replaced from our decoded ID. So our request will only work fine if the ID is same as we have requested from the client side, and the ID will remain same if the JWT verification is successful, if it decodes the same data. After this, here I'm just simply placing the next, means after doing all this work correspond to the required route. And inside the catch block, of course, I am just console log the error, and at last just export default the middleware. Okay, let's save this and also index.js. Go to the user route.js. Here I am importing the authentication middleware from the authentication middleware, and to update the user, it should pass through the middleware. If the middleware is successful, then our update user will be successful. Similar for delete user and follow user, and at last for the unfollowing a user. Let's save this. Now, as you remember, inside middleware, I am requiring the authorization headers and splitting it for the second member of authorization array. So I have to make it inside my client side authorization. So I will go to the user request.js api.interceptors.request.use. First of all, the request, because we have to make authorization inside the request, and if the local storage dot get item profile is true. Okay, so if this condition is true, then make the headers authorization request dot headers dot authorization like this one, and this will be equal to the first word should be barrier. Barrier is basically a string part to make this string as the array of two elements. Okay, and then for the second I will say json.stringify local
What are you talking about? Shit, man, what the fuck? Shit, man, what the? Chance. Tap on a chance. There's nobody to chat.
storage dot get item, and from the get item, let's say the profile, and from the profile get the token. Okay, so whenever the authorization is needed, I will put inside the request or the API, and the corresponding path will use the authentication middleware inside the routes. Here I was not returning the request. It's a very important part. You should never forget. Let's refresh again. This should be json.parts. If you write this, then it will work. And inside the authentication middleware, here we are making JWT key. And inside our environment variable, as you can see, here we have a underscore. So I should add an underscore here. Now let's try again. Let's clear the console, and I'm refreshing the page. Let's say here in relationship now, and I also want to change the profile picture. Let's say this update, and here you can see it's working fine. So basically our total social media application is completed now. So guys, if you really have learned something new from this whole tutorial series and also enjoyed this, then please press the subscribe button, and also don't forget to press the bell and the share button. Let's give a thumbs up for this video and put your thoughts in the comment section that what should we build next. And the next project is also be an awesome project. See you next time with a new tutorial with a new development project. Till then, goodbye, take care.
personally. What was it? Perfect. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. He's a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. That son of a gun. What's happening? What's on your mind? Come on, tell me more. Tell me what's up. Hey, come on. Tell me what's on your mind. Come on, hey, bro. Hey, tell me what's up, dude. Hey, bro, tell me what's up. Tell me what's on your mind, dude. Hey, bro, tell me what's on your mind, bro. Hey, bro, hey, bro. Configure the folder editor. Can I not? I guess I cannot. All this is useless. Can't resolve. Profile image. Did I mess up? What do you mean? Source components profile code. Can't resolve image. Profile image. What are you on about? What do you mean? Which profile image? What are you talking about, dude? Oh, I'm in the wrong cards. Gotcha. I need to go in the profile card. Can't resolve profile image. Yeah, of course you can't. It's history. yes. What the hell is dinner, dude? What the fuck are they doing, bro? Why are they so slow? Where the freaking dinner,
It's the
dude?
perfect place.
Where is dinner? This is bullshit. Yeah. That's about time, dude. That's about time. Man. Bullshit. Dinner time.